Hello and welcome to the CyberRiskTV live stream from Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by Shaun Nichols, who is a reporter for SC Media. Today we're going to talk about what you should have on your radar for day 2 of Oktane. Shaun, welcome.
Thank you, Mandy.
I know we've now been here a couple of days. We've gotten to see quite a few interesting things and hear some buzz. But I'm curious, is there anything specific to day 2 that you have heard buzz about or that you are really drawn to?
Well, one thing I think is was discussed, kind of brought up yesterday, but I think hopefully we'll be able to go into a little more detail on is this assertion from Okta that multi-factor authentication isn't enough anymore. And it isn't necessarily something that even if you have it, if you're not implementing it correctly, it's not always going to be as effective as you'd like. It's going to leave holes and vulnerabilities. And so, as I go into the coverage today and look at, some of the stuff planned for today, I think that's something that I would really be interested to know more about and kind of dig into a little deeper.
I agree, and that goes along with something that I zeroed in on for the training side is the developer track for training. I appreciate that they have focused parts on passkeys and being able to move the entire workforce infrastructure to passwordless or passkeys while also enhancing security. So those were going on multiple times in the last couple of days, but today there are one specific to hands-on labs for developers on passkeys, using Terraform, and on extending the Auth0 usage with what's called actions.
No, and I think that's really so important for companies because this is something that you need to address on the developer side. If you put that burden on your administrators, on the CISOs, on the IT staff, it's going to be an issue because not everybody's going to be perfect with that. And if the developers can figure it out on their end, it'll definitely solve a lot of problems.
I fully agree, especially with like some of the interviews I got to do yesterday, really focusing on realizing the shift the last few years that developers are tasked with so many more security functions than they had been historically. So I am all for the people in the trenches, the people doing the stuff, getting additional support. I also, for leadership, I find there's a session going on at 10 o'clock from Bhavna Singh, who is Okta's CTO, and it is about leadership and security in the AI era. That's something else, obviously, we have to start really digging into and making sure that each company, each individual, each developer's infrastructure and mentality goes toward how do we adopt the AI agents and make sure identity security is foremost whenever there are billions of interactions going on in the digital sphere.
No, and I think that's going to be something that's very important. It's because as we're seeing AI start to be integrated into consumer-facing apps and end-user apps, there's still a lot of this anxiety and fear in the public about AI and what it's going to mean and what it's going to do. So I think if it's done in an insecure manner, or if it's done in a way that isn't convenient for users, it's just going to deepen that trust gap.
Well, absolutely. There is no way that our generally intelligent and tech-savvy end users, as they are progressing in their knowledge of technology, that they want to go through something where they're having to re-auth constantly or having to log back in. No, we don't want that. We don't want the friction at the end user or for the SOC teams, for the people trying to secure all of the data and all of the organizations, that because AI is available, their entire worlds get worse. That's not what Okta is about. That is not what we as security professionals are interested in. And I appreciate how much information is provided through the sessions today that show real world examples from partners and from sponsors and from organizations. Even like, I think there's this afternoon, I found this fascinating. There is at 1:45, session called Securing the Goal, How Major League Soccer Tackles Identity Management with Okta.
Yeah, and that was interesting for me to just hear from some of these partners, hearing from Major League Soccer was one they were kind of highlighted yesterday. I'd be very interested to hear their panel and what they have to say, because they are somebody that Okta really, really enjoys working with.
They are, and you think about the World Cup, that major sporting events around the world are almost on par with nation-state attacks at times because
yeah.
of the global influence, because of the impact it can have even in a political sphere, and the amount of money that is available. So securing identity and keeping those who are hoping to just enjoy the game without additional stress,
Right.
we want to keep it that way.
Right, exactly, exactly.
Was there anything else that you really had zeroed in on today that you want to learn?
It's mostly the partners, but just hearing how they're integrating with Okta.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of sessions from a lot of the partner organizations, kind of hearing what they're doing. And one thing that I've actually heard from a partner is that they're looking forward to a lot of the things that are being rolled out as far as governance, device management, these sort of things, because that is an opportunity for them. So as Okta expands its features, there's going to be more opportunities for partners to step in and kind of help out and integrate with their own products, and then also just with kind of the end user IT admin kind of level as well.
I know I'm excited about an interview that we will be doing later with Zscaler, specific to how they're partnering with Okta and why that is the best of breed for security teams that, and so many use both Zscaler and Okta. So what a beautiful bringing together of the product integrations and actually having resources where the two organizations aren't fighting. We don't want the tech companies to be fighting each other. We want seamless integrations.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I just came out of an interview where somebody mentioned it, said, Okta was here for us when we were a small growing company, which is why we're really looking forward, which is why we really believe them when they say these new features, these expanded features will be an opportunity for you. They're not just saying that, there's actually some history behind that.
I agree. I also appreciate the focus on, of course, the new tools that are released, learning more about IPSI, learning more about the training side and the resources that even the philanthropic side of Okta, Okta for Good, are bringing forth in order to increase security within Okta, creating a huge example, then for customers, for partners, for solutions, and then ultimately for even nonprofit organizations and the global citizen at large. Those are perhaps lofty goals, but I think for all of us, when we think about what we are able to do reasonably while using Okta and going forward, it really does have an impact on the global scale.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know there have been sessions on protecting vulnerable groups and communities.
True.
And I know that they're going to talk a little, I'm sure that's going to be another topic. And going forward, just as you said, the philanthropic angle, also working with nonprofits, working with some of these groups, is going to be massively important.
It very much is. And so I know we are out of time. I hope for all of our audience, you get the excitement and really deep information that is going on in the hallways. Like as I hear people coming in and out of sessions, there's been a lot of very solid information and examples and real world experiences that are allowing security teams to posture themselves more specifically for identity management at the current time. There is a keynote today with Michael J. Fox,
Yes.
So that is incredibly interesting. And I also really liked that there was parts about bug bounty. So I'm going to throw that out there for all of our researchers, all of our analysts. Like, there is the bug bounty program at Okta, and there is a talk at 1:45 that is specific to bug bounty. So thank you, Shaun, for joining us today. This was actually very fun. Again,
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
is.
Always.
And thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live daily intro from Oktane 2024. To find all of the CyberRiskTV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRisk TV live stream for Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by David Bradbury, who is the Chief Security Officer at Okta. And today we are talking about staying ahead of identity threats. David, welcome.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here.
I am so glad that you are here, and I personally am exceedingly happy to be at Oktane and to see such a profound event focused on what Okta brings. I am very curious, even with the discussion here, staying ahead of identity threats, is that feasible?
That's a great question. And I think before I answer, I love the atmosphere here at Oktane this year.
Yeah.
And it's been fascinating to see, I think, that the evolution of the membership of this group over the past couple of years, that, you know, Okta was born out of the idea of let's make identity easy. Mm-hmm. And it was really a sort of a new thing in the past few years that actually we have a really big role to play in the security side of things. So it was fascinating for me to see that yesterday our executive summit was hosted with more than half the representatives being CISOs, which a decade ago, that definitely was not the case. So it's fascinating to see. Yeah, it's great to see that so many security people now think that identity is that important.
Well, I am glad to see your observation on that, and yet coming from more of the security side, it seems intrinsically simple that, of course, security practitioners would be absolutely fascinated by keeping identity across all of the bots, all of the platforms, all the devices, all of the workflows, everything that has to be done. To me, it seems basic that security should be completely focused on identity.
Absolutely. I think that's the realization that so many people have had over the past couple of years, that you cannot have security without identity.
No.
And so I love the fact that now we're seeing the representatives at Oktane being so security heavy, and that's just fantastic. But keeping ahead of identity threats, this is always going to be a challenge. How do we actually do that as a company, and how do we make sure that we can use our powers for good across all of our customers? This has been something we've been really thinking hard on over the past 12 months, is how do we stay one step ahead of identity-based attacks? How can we make sure that we're not just reacting in the moment, that we're waiting for something to happen and then we look at it and then we try to solve? How can we actually start to think about our partnerships with some of the industry leaders like Google and Mandy and CrowdStrike, and actually leverage their intelligence and their understandings of what's happening over the horizon, and then start to make sure that we're thinking about how we can make changes to our products that actually prevent these things from happening. And that's been the really big shift for us as a company in the last 12 months, has gone from really that reactive approach of waiting and then reacting and responding, to really being on the front foot and being thoughtful about what's happening next, and making sure we're thinking about how do we prevent attacks from happening, but more appropriately, how do we make sure that we're taking a stronger role in protecting our customers, and making sure that we are sometimes having to make decisions that are in their best interest from a security perspective, and not just allowing them to have to think about this and worry about this on their own. So this has been a big year for us.
That's fantastic. It does sound like, and it's so beautiful to see the partnering, like myself, looking into what has gone on with Okta and Zscaler, or like you mentioned, Okta and CrowdStrike, or Clear, or being able to see these specific partnerships that really, what has been some of your feedback from clients, and from even, do you get feedback from end users on seeing the impact that those partnerships have made?
Particularly the CrowdStrike partnership has just been so wonderful for us over the past 12 months. One thing that I think gets lost a lot when we talk about partnerships and integrations between technology companies is we seem to talk in just raw numbers of how many things do you integrate with. And we actually fail to understand the depth of the integrations that are sometimes behind the scenes. So as Okta is the leading independent, neutral identity provider, that allows us to be unbelievably partnered with folks like CrowdStrike. And it's the depth of that partnership which has really been producing benefits. So if I dial back the clock back to December of last year, the OpenID Foundation came out with their shared signals framework. This idea that we should be able to share risk signals between technology companies without having to rely upon individual customers to try and do this themselves. And over the past 10 months, CrowdStrike and ourselves have implemented that protocol so that when you log in with Okta, and if you are using CrowdStrike, we're now leveraging them in real time to make an assessment of the security of your device. And that absolutely is at the core of making zero trust a reality. It's secure identity, it's secure devices, and it's being able to make decisions about where you are and whether you're the right person who should have that right access at the right time. And we're now seeing that as a reality. So the feedback that I get from customers, particularly around that specific integration, is just that it has unlocked their security architecture. It is delivering on things that they didn't think were possible years ago. And that's the reality that we're in today. And as the shared signals framework is more widely adopted, this is only going to strengthen how well we can deliver on zero trust for our customers.
Now, with that, can you give me just a ballpark of what percentage of impact you think that adoption would have on staying ahead of identity threats?
It's a great question. So if I think about the ways that attacks are being performed today against our customers, particularly if you think about info stealer malware, being able to steal passwords off somebody's device, if they've accidentally visited a link and they've somehow been able to download software. And I think about the effectiveness of CrowdStrike and being able to prevent those attacks. But let's think about that attack has just happened, and you are currently logged into 10 different applications. And so there's a window of opportunity where that threat actor could take a cookie or take your username and password and access those applications in real time.
So we've moved to post-authentication attacks.
Exactly. So
Right.
this is where I really see the benefit here. So from a percentage perspective of being able to prevent these sorts of attacks, as we get better at sharing these risk signals, and as we get better with implementing single logout across all of these applications, in the instance where this happens, CrowdStrike immediately tells Okta, and then we tell all of the applications that you need to log out, you need to log out, you need to log out. And so if we can get the ecosystem to implement this across the board, it just eliminates that window of opportunity. So right now, I think that window of opportunity still is there, but we're slowly eating at it. And with every passing month, we have more people coming to the table with implementing the shared signals framework, and that's just going to continue to make it harder for attackers to be successful.
Okay, I want to go back to what you said there, because how fantastic is it to be the security team, to be the corporate, the C-suite, whatever, but go, oh, we had this intel, and now we have successfully revoked permission to thousands of access points. Being able to do the single logout, like you mentioned, being able to do something like that. I feel that the ability of the team to have satisfaction is increased, which would increase the morale of the teams. Even though we're talking about the technical side, we've got to go back to the humans are the ones we care about. I'm curious on a statistic that I heard from you that said that across the data from your Okta customer base, that 96% of authentications are phishable, and that only 4% had, I'm guessing maybe YubiKeys, perhaps they were using YubiKeys. With going toward the zero trust strategies that Okta, and that you yourself have really spearheaded and focused on, does it feel that you are able to take some of that burden off of customers who are not currently, who still have the phishable authentications?
It's a great question. It's such a challenging area to think about the fact that in this day and age, phishing is still a thing. And sadly, in the last 12 months, we continue to see phishing attacks against our customers continue to rise. And there are a few reasons for that. One is that in the same way that we as a company deliver better products every year, phishing kits are getting better every year.
It's true,
It's very
sadly they
sad.
evolve.
And if you combine that with the proliferation of data brokers and our ability for people to find my personal address by only with a couple of data clicks, and then add in AI and ChatGPT into the mix, and now we have these personalized, grammatically perfect lures that are being used against people. I mean, phishing is more successful than ever right now for all of these reasons. And so it's exceptionally saddening for me to think that we as an industry have great solutions to prevent these, but they just aren't being adopted. Now, the statistic that you offered just then is actually a statistic from 12 months ago. It is slightly improved.
Oh, has it? Has it? Okay.
It's slightly improved. So we have a report that's come out this week, and we are currently seeing more adoption of Okta's FastPass and also YubiKeys. But we're still seeing it's still in the 90% plus range of all authentications on our platform are vulnerable to phishing. And so it's been interesting this week to chat to other CISOs and other customers and try and figure out what's stopping you? What's stopping you from adopting these technologies? And there are concerns on hardware keys and how difficult they are to deploy and manage. But I think we've done a lot with partnering with YubiKey to make sure that that's as easy as possible. And then on the FastPass side, this is our software product, which takes the burden away from having to deliver hardware keys. And I think on both sides of the spectrum, we have some really good solutions here. But it seems that the companies that have invested already in identity, they're happy with SMS, they're happy with push, and they find that it was a very hard cultural change for them to adopt multi-factor in the first place.
Now, did that matter based on the size of organization, or you just mean across the board?
Very much on the larger side.
Okay.
At larger scale enterprise companies, we're seeing that there's just big resistance culturally to revisiting the MFA discussion. And it's like, no, we already did that.
We did
this
right?
already. We're like, what's wrong with this? Well, this is where we, as a company and as a security industry, need to shine the spotlight more on the fact that what you're doing today isn't enough. And that, as threat actors wake up in the morning thinking, I'm going to target the person that I know I can invest the least amount of calories to be successful, this is where they're focused. They're focused on this broad base of individuals who are yet to adopt phishing-resistant technologies. If I share with you one positive, though, which is
please.
that in our most recent report released this week, where we looked at why is it that people are still using passwords? Are we seeing any great examples across our customer base where they've actually managed to stop using passwords altogether? Again, the word passwordless has been used for years now.
True.
Is it a reality for anyone? And happily it is. And it's not a big number, but it's a start, and it's 5% of all auths on our platform, 5. And so it's a starting point, and it's a proof point that we do have customers, and Okta is an example as well internally. We are wall-to-wall phishing resistant without passwords, but you can have a password-free existence. And so I think if we can somehow try to tie both of these things together, that we can revisit this multi-factor project that we did, that we can actually remove passwords altogether. That, I think, may be the ability for us to really push harder on this one.
That sounds beautiful. And as part of strategizing for what is coming, I always think of this phrase that I've gone through life, that what got you here won't get you there.
Well said.
Correct? But all of these steps have been vitally necessary. So, I mean, kudos. We adore that people have adopted multi-factor authentication at all.
Yes.
And you go, but this is just a step now to what also has to adjust.
Yes.
I am curious in our last minute or so here that since you focus on zero trust adoption for your customers and across all of your partners, what are some of the first steps you would recommend for an organization looking to adopt more zero trust strategies?
So zero trust at its very most fundamental element is about two things. It's about secure identity and secure devices.
Okay.
And then making decisions about the combinations of those two things and whether someone should get access. And so when you're starting your zero trust journey, you need to be really careful about the partners that you choose to help you on both sides of that equation. When you're thinking about secure identity, you want to make sure that you've got somebody who's not just integrated with everything, but has depth of integration. Again, Okta's ability to be vendor neutral opens the door to so many technology companies who aren't fearful of us being a competitor. And so that allows us to go really deep and partner heavily with their engineering teams. But when you think about secure identity, make sure that you're balancing usability and security. Make sure that the company that you're working with is really focused on both of these.
Okay.
And make sure you apply the same on the device side, whether you're partnering with a CrowdStrike, a Zscaler, or Palo Alto, whoever's helping you with your devices and your networks, make sure that you're applying that same methodology. Are they integrated with the right things? And have they prioritized the usability of their product just as much as the security of their product? Get these things right, and you're off to a great start.
Oh, wow. David, I very much appreciate this, and I hope that it has encouraged all of our viewers to look further into the products, the services, the resources that Okta and your partners do bring to organizations today, and to be prepared for the future. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live interview from Oktane 2024. To find all of the CyberRisk TV coverage for this year's event, please visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRiskTV live stream for Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by Charlotte Wylie, who is the SVP and Deputy Chief Security Officer at Okta. And today we are talking about building a company culture that is focused on security. Charlotte, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
I am so glad that you are here, and I am genuinely thrilled about this subject. And I want to go back to actually the abstract where it says, every employee has a role to play in keeping a company secure. I feel like that's a much nicer way of saying what we in the security community often say as humans are the weakest link.
Yes. Yeah. A lot more polite.
It is.
Yeah.
So with looking at company culture and every single employee being critical to security and to even understanding the ramifications of identity as it works in the digital world, because most employees are not on the tech side. They aren't thinking along those lines. Will you please speak on why is it critical to make security a core part of actual culture?
Absolutely. It's been a huge part of the fabric that we've built into the security program at Okta. I say there's sort of 4 tenets to the success of building that security culture. So it starts at the top. So really getting that executive buy-in and making sure that your executive team can be almost your biggest advocate with the rest of the organization around why the security program is of importance, what are we trying to solve.
Is that lead by example?
It's lead by example. It's also around, I think, taking the accountability where it is needed in terms of we're making this decision and I stand behind this decision from a security standpoint. And that's really critical in terms of having that buy-in from the executive team. The second piece is around the values. And so I think ingraining into your company values an element of security is paramount, so that the vernacular that the entire employee base is speaking is that of security. At Okta, we have always secure, always on as one of our values, and it is well known, well used. It's part of the all hands that we have. It's how we award people with recognition. So it's really part of our culture. The other things then is how do you bring people along for the journey? And then we've looked at ways in which we can build security into our employee base, as your role is also a security role. And that's been around our internal bug bounty program.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of bounty programs. So definitely please tell, like, on an internal one, how has that worked and what has been your success with it?
Sure. So our employees are incredibly talented, incredibly smart people. They're also inquisitive and they're curious and they can see problems where there's problems that are existing. And so we wanted to ensure that our employees were able to allow for the security team to hear that and understand that, and in turn for them to be rewarded. So we instituted a new program called Stacks for Hacks.
Oh, interesting.
And it was an open forum for our employees to say, hey, I see a problem or I see an opportunity. And as a result of that, once the verification has gone through the security team, we award them for that and we say, thank you. And they do get rewarded with, we have something internally called Okta Appreciate points. And so they have those point system there. And we've been getting tens and tens of submissions of, they may not necessarily be security problems, but somewhere where there's an opportunity for improvement.
Right.
And so it's been a great way to get people excited and engaged around being on the lookout and being interested in making the company as a whole more secure.
That's wonderful. It makes me think of a friend of mine who gave a TED talk about that hackers are the immune system of the internet. And I think it's a similar concept that you, in your own company culture, are recognizing the talent, rewarding it, but also using the intrinsic skills they have built in order to make kind of your own immune system. You know,
I love that. I love that concept. Yeah, building our own immune system. You know, making sure that inside we're healthy, we're doing all the things that we need to do, and that's very much what the intention is of the program. We want to have an incredibly world-class security program, and we as a security team can provide that vision and that mission, but it takes everyone to get there. And so this is part of that, and it's been incredibly useful.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm very glad to hear that. I would like to shift to talking about Okta's secure identity commitment. Now, I thought perhaps I would bring out the four main pillars of that commitment, and then we could speak on each one. So,
Sounds great.
Okta's secure identity commitment comes with four main ideas. The first one being to provide market-leading and secure identity products and services. Next, did you want to talk?
Oh, no, please, yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll list them all. The next one is to champion customer best practices. Then to elevate our industry to be more protected for identity attacks. And lastly, to harden Okta's corporate infrastructure. So this commitment is out there, and from my understanding, it has actually produced a lot of specific actions and shifts within Okta, but it's for it to go to the greater good, to be an example for partners, for customers, for other corporations. So coming back to that first one, zero in for Okta's providing market-leading and secure identity products and services.
Absolutely. So OSIC, as we refer to it internally, so Okta Secure Identity Commitment, it is our long-lived commitment to both ourselves, our customer base, and the industry around our security prerogative, around what we want to be doing to secure identity. When we think about the industry at large, we want to be able to influence how other providers are providing identity, and that's very much come through in IPSI, our new standard that we announced yesterday. You know, where we've seen problems, we want to be able to influence those really difficult, complex problems that other people are facing in the identity space and in the security space, and really level up the industry to be able to tackle those in a unified way. We want to codify the problems that we're having and get an absolute buy-in across other SaaS providers and customers that this is the path forward. This is the new expectation. This is the new bar that we're setting around identity. And so that's very much how we want to influence the industry at large. When it comes to the other element of the industry is we have a very large philanthropic arm to our company, and that's our Okta for Good program. And as part of this, we have said we want to really invest in the talent pipeline that we see in the cybersecurity space. There are 4 million unfilled roles as it stands today. The talent is there. We just need to get them into the industry. We need to keep them in the industry, and we need to create that diverse pipe. And so we've made a big investment into Copart, you will have seen yesterday in our keynote, and we do a number of things to really galvanize a more diverse set of talent into this industry. And so that's how do we keep the industry alive with the talent that we need and with the right security skill sets. So it's been a big commitment.
Well, it is, and I'm curious very quickly, can you give me an idea of I believe Okta's viewpoint was secure by design and secure by default. What is the difference between design versus default security?
That's great. So one of the key things that we've found is that our customers, that we love our customers, but sometimes we find that they can implement our products in a way that security could be better tuned. We could be providing some information and some advice about how to more securely implement our own product. And so we really wanted to set something in place which is around, we can design our product to be secure, but we want to make sure that that's being implemented in the same way as well. And so we've announced yesterday our secure identity assessments that we'll be providing, which is an extension on the Expert Assist program that we announced last year. And we have the identity security checklist as well. So we really want to make sure that our products are being implemented in the most secure way possible. Internally, the security team have a fantastic relationship with our product development teams. And so our customer defense team, where we see customer incidents, we're really looking at those in a way that we can say, what are some better security features that we can build into our product to better stop this? We all own this fight against identity attacks. And so we're feeding that back through to our product team and making sure that those security features are prioritized. And then that by default, which is, where are we making security feature decisions that we need to almost say this is just the way we operate. And so MFA for admins, that's a big decision that we've made recently. And so now that is expected. MFA for admins is rolled out, and it's no longer, I think, a decision that can be in the hands of the customer. It's in place. And so that's that default security that we're baking into the product.
Understood. And wasn't there also something for admins regarding the session authentication? I thought I read something else about
Session authentication?
perhaps not. There
Okay.
was something else going on with the multi-factor authentication that was now being required for your admins, and I just remember on the side. But all in all, it sounds that these practices are assisting your company culture, but are also going into the second point of championing for the customers best practices.
Absolutely. We want to partner with our customers. We also want to learn from our customers, and so we really want that relationship to be bi-directional, and so that we can take on the feedback that they have around how we make our products more secure, and then also provide that back to other customers that maybe that they're looking at ways that they can better use their implementation of Okta in a more secure fashion.
Wonderful. And I think that goes along with the fact that now 100% of Okta employees use FastPass and have passwordless authentication. I feel that as a customer or someone who is onboarding and looking into Okta and going, oh, wow, these are actually being used real time all day, every day, we can go ahead and go with this route. So the third point, elevate our industry to be more protected from identity attacks. Now, this sounds like a societal issue. What can you tell us about Okta's commitment there?
Yeah, so two things on the phishing-resistant journey. Yes, we have implemented a phishing-resistant end-to-end journey internally, and it was a fairly seamless approach. Now, we do see that customers are struggling with articulating the benefits of that phishing-resistant journey within their own companies.
Okay.
They have the push notifications, the SMS notifications, and convincing the executive teams at large as to why would we change what already works is often a very difficult conversation for security teams to have, and really articulating that position of 80% of attacks either start with or leverage identity in some way, whether that's at immediate point of attack or through lateral movement, and what the consequences of that should be is a way that we always educate other security teams to say this is how you can demonstrate the benefit of phishing-resistant authenticators moving forward. So we've been on that journey. We want our customers to come on that journey. It's incredibly important for us.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And let's go to the fourth part, which we've kind of discussed now through our conversation, but Okta's commitment to hardening your own corporate infrastructure. Can you tell us about that process or journey?
I would love to.
Oh.
This has been a very big passion of mine. And so we have aspirations to be one of the world's most secure companies. And so with that, it needs to involve the entire company. It needs to involve a large program at play to do all the work we need to do internally to harden our corporate infrastructure. Over the course of the last 6 to 9 months, I've spent almost every waking moment with hundreds and hundreds of people across Okta, and we've invested nearly 1 million person hours in this piece of work, so in hardening our corporate infrastructure. We've been running over 100 initiatives and really looking at how do we make sure that when we think about the top threat scenarios specific to Okta, how do we make sure we address those potential risks and issues and those control maturity that we want to see? And so that's been a long-lived program that we've had underway, and as part of the OSIC, it will be continuing as we aim to really reach that North Star from a security standpoint around being the world's most secure company. It's been a very large effort, and almost the inception of the IPSI. So when we stared into some of the problems we were facing with some of our most critical applications in terms of putting in the right identity security measures, IP restrictions across service accounts or IP restrictions across applications that our employees use, simple things like SSO or lifecycle management and entitlements, we found that every application required a different flavor, or maybe we needed to work with specific SaaS providers to get that capability baked in. And Todd and I had a conversation about, well, this surely can't be a problem that we are facing alone.
Absolutely not, no.
So that was very much, I think, the starting point of we should think about how, as an industry, we tackle this. And so the formation with OpenID began, and then the conversation around instituting the standard was put into place.
I am very excited because I feel like for our audience, for all that are looking to expand their use of Okta, integrate more fully, or have not yet adopted Okta fully, that not only the news releases, the tools, the product, the resources, and even training that is available, I think it's beautiful. I really do. And I feel like it's incredibly helpful for the individual security practitioners, no matter the size of the organization, to go ahead and become familiar with where things are going, because Okta is setting a standard.
That's right.
Thank you for joining us today, Charlotte.
Thanks for having me.
You're so very welcome. This was an awesome conversation. Thank you. Thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live interview from Oktane 2024. To find all the CyberRisk TV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRiskTV live stream for Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by Arnab Bose, who is the Chief Product Officer, Workforce Identity Cloud at Okta. And today we're talking about standardizing identity security for SaaS applications. Arnab, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, this is very exciting, and honestly, I can say with great vigor that standardizing identity security sounds like a pipe dream, but I'm also exceedingly interested to understand what Okta is doing. Can you go ahead and go into that?
Yeah. So we are extremely excited about building an end-to-end security journey where customers can have a unified identity security outcome across all of their applications. This may be no surprise to you, but customers are using more and more applications than ever before.
True.
And one of the stats we saw at the keynote yesterday is that on average, enterprises have more than 1,000 applications in use today. But if we take a look at the identity security capability built into these applications that are in use, a lot of them support single sign-on, but then fewer of them support capabilities like provisioning, which would help ensure that the right person gets the right level of access to the application at the right time.
Right.
And even fewer of them support sharing risk signals. So in case there's something risky that happens within the application, other applications can take action, or the identity provider can take action. And even fewer of them support a capability like universal logout, where in case something goes wrong after you've signed in, post-authentication, you can get signed out of that application. So if you look at that end-to-end journey, from the tens of thousands of SaaS applications out there that are possible to the thousands of applications in use by the enterprise, things start whittling down pretty quickly in terms of actually delivering on identity security before, during, and after authentication. So Okta's perspective was twofold. One is we've built the products on the Workforce Identity Cloud to support identity security posture management for reducing your identity risk before authentication. We've built the products to get to phishing-resistant authentication during authentication.
Okay.
We've built the products to do identity governance and lifecycle management.
Oh, wow.
But what we need the entire SaaS ecosystem to support the APIs and the protocols required to actually connect it up. So what we did was, we did two things. One is we went to the top 50 enterprise applications in use today, and we worked closely with those vendors to start adding support for some of the capabilities I talked about, like universal logout or risk sharing or entitlement management. We packaged that up, and what we have available today is 125 new integration types that we're calling secure identity integrations. They're available on the Okta Integration Network, and you can install them in your Okta org right now. The second thing we did was we realized that we need to reduce the cost and make it far more simple for SaaS applications to support these capabilities. So we took these capabilities and we've formed a working group, which is within the OpenID Connect Foundation. We've opened it up to any other vendor or customer. So Microsoft's joined the working group, Capital One has joined the working group, I believe Ping has also joined the working group.
Okay.
And we're taking all of these capabilities and making them completely open, completely standardized, publicly documented, and driving the creation of this new protocol called IPSIE, which stands for Interoperability Profile for Secure Identity in the Enterprise. So let me know if that journey made sense to you around before, during, and after authentication. It's not just the features, we need all of the apps to support the capabilities. We've done the heavy lifting of getting the top applications to support it by talking to folks like Google and Slack and Salesforce and Box and Zoom, all the major SaaS apps out there. Now we want to democratize that by creating the standard.
So it does make sense, what you're describing. The journey does make a lot of sense, and it is making me think of the assistance to developers, especially in enterprises where they're developing their own applications. Do you have any real-world feedback on the use of, maybe not IPSIE because it's just been released, but on Okta's posture for developing secure SaaS applications that you've seen teams already benefit from while they're doing their own development?
Absolutely. So you're spot on that customers not only use pre-built SaaS applications, but a lot of our enterprise customers have internal teams that build internal apps, which are very important for businesses. For those use cases, we have our Customer Identity Cloud product. A lot of people may not realize this, but you can use Customer Identity Cloud not only to build consumer or public-facing experiences, you can use it to build internal applications as well. And something that's really cool about Customer Identity Cloud is any application built with that identity technology automatically supports capabilities like single sign-on, provisioning using the SCIM protocol, and universal logout. So these are all announcements from Oktane this year around SCIM and universal logout that Shiv, my counterpart, talked about in his keynote. But that's super exciting. It means that if you're building a custom application, you have these toolkits to get up and running fast. We also have a developer relations team that creates sample apps. They have a whole host of YouTube videos on the Okta channel, which a developer can go watch to see how to actually put this into action today.
So I'm curious, was that used then by Okta while developing, say, FastPass, which I understand is used by all of your employees, correct?
Yes, Okta FastPass is used across the board within our own internal deployment. All of our 1,000 plus applications that we use internally are now behind phishing-resistant MFA, and we drink our own champagne. I'm trying to use a different word than eating our own dog food, and that helps us a lot because from a product management perspective, it means I get like real-time live feedback from actual end users, and so if there's any friction whatsoever, I can use that data to address that, fix the product, make it better, and hopefully make it better for all of our customers as well.
Oh, that's gorgeous. So from your experience so far, what else are you excited about for the ability of SaaS applications to have more standardized interoperability?
So one other capability I'm really excited about, delivering for a certain number of SaaS applications and then B, standardizing going forward, is a capability we released called Secure SaaS Privileged Accounts.
Okay.
So a really important use case that is often overlooked is if you take a SaaS application like a Salesforce or a Workday or whatnot, and you put it behind a single sign-on and MFA, usually those applications have to have at least one, if not many, administrative or break glass accounts. Because in order to set up the connection in the first place, you need a privileged administrator account for that application with direct access to set it up. Now, the problem is those credentials and those accounts tend to get overlooked. They're not vaulted, they're not managed, they're not rotated frequently enough, and could be a way in which you bypass all security checks. So we've released this capability. It is already integrated, again, with the most popular enterprise applications out there. But we want all applications to support the APIs to be able to do this level of privileged account management. And that's another thing that I'm looking forward to getting standardized as part of an open protocol or standard.
That is exceedingly interesting. In your time with this product, like, as being really tasked on the inception of the products going forward, what do you see as already having made a change in the security posture of customers that are adopting, the Workforce Identity Cloud?
I think the biggest sort of security improvement and adoption success I'm seeing is the adoption of Okta FastPass. It's the fastest growing authenticator amongst our customers. It helps customers get to truly phishing-resistant authentication, but FastPass also does another layer of device checks. It can integrate with your endpoint protection vendor or your mobile device management vendor to ensure that access is coming from known trusted devices. And the rate at which that adoption is picking up is something that's super exciting for me. Because a study from Google in 2019 showed that a simple one-time passcode-based MFA was sufficient in blocking 99% of attacks. That was in 2019, which is not that far long ago.
No.
But in the last year or two, we've seen a massive increase in phishing attacks with all of these off-the-shelf phishing kits.
Well, in the last 18 months, we've
Yeah.
also seen the massive increase in AI agents,
100%.
increasing then bots that are available and have to be provisioned for identity.
Correct.
So it's different than 5 years ago,
Totally.
even though it's not that long ago.
Correct. And so in the face of this massive change, getting to phishing resistance, getting to passwordless is a huge step up for our customers. So I'm super excited to see that picking up in pace.
And are there other industry players that you are working with that, for the standardized approach, that you haven't already mentioned?
I think I mentioned Bing, Microsoft, Google, and Capital One. So they are, I believe, they're all part of the governing body we've created for IPSI. There's also another company called SGNL or Signal.ai.
Okay.
So that forum is open. We're working as part of the OpenID Connect Foundation to make it as open and as as open for input as possible. So that's one path that we're taking. Another thing to maybe call out is, if you go back and look at the 125 new integration types, there's a whole host of applications out there where we've gone ahead and directly reached out to them and connected with them. So there are new applications like Rubric, from which we can ingest shared signals for risk, or Workspace ONE, or App Omni. So I could go on and on, but there's a two-pronged attack over here. One is things that my team is doing directly with these vendors by contacting them and getting them to understand the value of building these identity security APIs and to the standard, and building the integration directly. And the second is what we're doing with the OpenID Connect Foundation to standardize everything and create that working group so it's codified going forward. Yeah.
Excellent. So I'm curious, from the information that's already available at Oktane, for our audience, those who will be viewing this and really, I would assume, very much appreciating the IPSI standard coming out. I know the keynote yesterday referenced it. I know there's the news release on IPSI. Are there any other specific items here at Oktane that you would recommend the audience look into?
So the person who's led the formation of the working group is Erin. He works for me. One of the things that he's published online, and we can share out links to this, is the current definition of the standard. So the current definition of the standard is actually is now publicly available.
It is, or it is not?
It is.
It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. And so there's a site you can go to, and we'll share it out there in the world to encourage people to go check it out.
And is that information coming from the inception of working toward this work group, or is this what has been modified and settled on at this point?
No, this is an initial proposal. So
Oh,
this is a
okay.
proposal that is open for feedback, and we're assuming that all the other participants in the working group, like Microsoft and Capital One, et cetera, will take what we have, the kernel that we've created, and enhance it going forward.
Well, Arnab, thank you so much for this. This has been very enjoyable.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. And thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live interview from Oktane 2024. To find all of the CyberRisk TV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRiskTV livestream for Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by Erin Baudo, who is the Vice President, Social Impact and Sustainability at Okta. And today we are going to talk about addressing cybersecurity disparities. Now, what sort of disparities are we talking about?
Well, first of all, Mandy, thanks so much for having me. It's a thrill to be here. And yeah, I mean, we think a lot about the disparities around security, and it's multifaceted. So we think about, first, disparities across organizations. We know that cybersecurity and risks and threats are an issue certainly for every organization, large and small, but in particular for smaller organizations like nonprofits. As one example, they are so much more vulnerable to threats because of a variety of factors, including resourcing gaps, skill gaps, and frankly, just knowledge gaps. And so we think a lot about the ways in which we can do more to protect those organizations. We also think about disparities from the jobs perspective and the talent perspective.
Okay.
So how do we ensure that there's enough trained cyber talent out there to actually protect all of these organizations who need it? And so we're doing a lot of work in that area as well.
Oh, fantastic. And I am curious, so is it Okta's stance that there is a skills gap, that there is a need for many more practitioners than what are currently available?
It is. And we see this from a few angles. So there's research out there that says, for example, that in the world today, there's a gap of 4 million cybersecurity jobs that remain unfilled. There's other kind of macro research that we look at to inform our position on these things. But I think more than that, we talk to our customers, we talk to our partners, and we look at our ecosystem, and everyone is struggling with this. There's just not enough skilled and qualified talent to fill the need that we see, again, in our ecosystem, in particular around identity security, which is obviously something Okta cares a lot about.
Absolutely. And I genuinely hold to the idea that identity is security.
Yes.
I do completely believe that. Now, I interact a lot of times with the security practitioner, analyst, SOC, and ethical hacking side of cybersecurity. And there's definitely been a lot of discourse on that side from practitioners going, well, if there's such a skills gap, why am I not finding employment easily?
Yeah.
And that's what's
absolutely.
curious. Like, so your viewpoint is still from everything you've seen in your ecosystem, the skills gap is widening.
Yes.
And do you have input on why that is? Is it simply because of the advent of AI, generative AI agents?
I mean, certainly there are more threats, and they're growing faster than ever. So that's the biggest problem. That's sort of driving everything else. The threat landscape is certainly the most challenging that I think anyone working today has ever seen.
True.
And we expect that it's only going to increase, again, because of things like AI just making it easier for threat actors to do bad things. So we definitely see that. And I think, in terms of what else we're seeing, there's many parts to how to bring somebody into this field and how to bring them in a way where they're skilled and ready to deliver value. There's recruitment challenges and frankly, just like demystifying what working in cyber really is for people.
Well,
You're
absolutely.
laughing.
In fact, because I just had a conversation with Charlotte Wylie about how there have been instances that I have, once was a meeting with the Nevada State Department of Education. So it was individuals that were PhD levels, career counselors, and guiding and creating training courses. And I said, well, cybersecurity is a perfect fit for this and for disabled communities. Like, I am personally disabled and come forward, so I understand that side of it. And I said there's many, many benefits to the cybersecurity world for individuals that do need accommodations. And they would not believe that cybersecurity was a job.
Really?
They wouldn't. And so I would try to discuss and go, you're using your computer, you're using your cell phone.
Yep.
Every single transaction, every single time you are clicking anything, signing on to anything, that requires individuals and strategies, software, background, things
Processes.
all of the processes. And they still would not accept it. So I did research and had to put together kind of a whole dossier on that cybersecurity existed
That's
as
amazing.
a career path.
But I think that, we think everyone has perfect understanding because we're Okta and we do this, but really it's still, there's so much more education and awareness that's needed out in the world to make people understand the risks in their personal lives, their risks to their organizations. And so, a big part of what we focus on from the work that I lead, which is Okta for Good and Okta's social impact and sustainability program, it's really a lot about demystifying first and foremost. And the other thing we like to demystify is that a lot of people think that working in cybersecurity is this highly technical,
Very fair.
right?
Absolutely.
Highly maybe solitary type of a role. And what
And
we
that
like
you must
to
know coding, and you must know
coding.
every single, the history of every
Exactly.
single item that's ever been created.
Yes, and you must look a certain way and come from a certain type
Very
of
true.
educational background. None of those things are true for those of us who know all of the variety of roles and jobs and skills that you need to do this work. Some of it, in fact, is very people-centric. When you think
Absolutely.
about things, one of the biggest needs we see in organizations large and small is around security culture. So how do you actually train and enable your staff to not click on a phishing link? Or to practice safe behaviors when it comes to how they're building products even. And so we enjoy that part of that demystifying it, and we do a lot of work with organizations that are serving youth and folks who are sort of just getting their first exposure into tech and into cyber, and that's always very energizing because you sort of see the light bulb go off when students realize, it doesn't have to look one way, right? I can bring my passions, my personality, my interests into a role in cyber.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'd say I consistently meet with individuals. Just 2 nights ago, I had a very lengthy conversation with an individual who is career changing, mid-career change.
Yep.
From being a heart surgeon, an infant and adult heart surgeon. And he
Wow.
decided to go to a boot camp, has zeroed in on offensive security, and was attending his first security conference
That's
at all.
amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love that in this space, there's often that I get to speak with people who come from library science or fine arts or we're race car drivers.
Yep.
Or there's a lot that can be utilized
Absolutely.
very effectively. And still, what I love about cybersecurity is so many individuals, their hearts are based on improving the greater good.
100%. I always say this. I say, if you want a job with a purpose, which increasingly, that's what people want. That's what people want. They don't want to come to work and, check a box and get a paycheck. They want to know they're contributing to the world. And I always say there's almost no better role than a role in cybersecurity if you want to find that purpose. And, to your earlier point about all the different ways you can sort of bring people into this, we do some really interesting work with the UC Berkeley Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity.
Oh, interesting.
They're a
Okay.
partner of ours for the last several years. They have a cybersecurity clinic at UC Berkeley, and what they do is they take students who are interested in getting hands-on real-world, cyber experience, and they pair them with high-risk nonprofits who are vulnerable, maybe more than your average nonprofit, to politically motivated attacks or.
Well, I know that we had the session about the partnering with the Trevor Project.
Yes.
as
Oh,
an
that's a great
example.
example. Yes.
Right.
So lots of organizations maybe focus on LGBTQ issues or reproductive rights or
Right.
various things. They pair these students after some coursework with these nonprofits to do things like security risk assessments and hands-on help. And the director of the program was actually here earlier speaking in a session, and I was chatting with him afterward, and he was talking about the fact that many of the students come in that are pursuing a master's in cybersecurity, and so that's very obvious, and that's great. And then there's sort of this other way in, which is a lot looser, where they get students from computer science and management information system, but then they also get them from policy. He was talking about a
Absolutely.
student who was a psychology major who came into the program and is now finding ways to connect her passion for psychology into thinking about how do you actually change people's minds to help them protect themselves from cyber threats. So there's really cool things happening.
It is fascinating. And I came to be around cybersecurity actually after having been in construction engineering and management, but then going through injuries that required neurological rehabilitation, and the things that needed to be done with a neurological system, to me, overlapped very easily with what was going on with network security.
Interesting.
Identifying
Yep.
exploits, vulnerabilities, and creating a more secure posture. And I guess you could say that was more secure posture
I
to
like
be
that.
able to stand up. So there are constantly surprising things. And I want to go back to what you said about training. Now, when you were talking about Okta's initiatives for training,
Yeah.
was that for organizations to train their current employees to avoid phishing attacks? Or are you talking about training individuals to become cybersecurity practitioners?
So we think about it in a few ways, and I'll speak a little bit about Okta's cybersecurity workforce development initiatives.
Please.
It's something we announced last year. We've put several $1 million of philanthropic support behind it. So we're funding organizations like the UC Berkeley Center for Long-Term Cybersecurity, like I mentioned, organizations like CodePath that are actually helping students learn and get hands-on experience with things like cybersecurity. Also organizations like Women in Cybersecurity
Yes.
to support more folks getting into the industry, certifications, networking to find jobs. So there's a philanthropic aspect that lets us reach into communities that might not already have easy access to these kinds of job opportunities, skill development opportunities, et cetera. There's also a push that we're making specifically around Okta training and Okta certification because, like I said earlier, we need more cyber talent overall, and in particular because of where we sit, we see that we need more identity security talent.
Yeah.
You know, very much across our ecosystem. And so what we've done is we've made 5,000 scholarships available for folks who are recently unemployed, for veterans and military spouses to receive free Okta training and certifications as a way to accelerate folks who, you know, it's not their first rodeo. They've
Right.
worked in tech, they've had careers in the military. They can be pretty quickly trained if they just have the opportunity to pivot into this new topic around identity security and Okta expertise. And so we have opened this up to them so that we can also sort of attack this issue of more immediate need for talent, you know, in seats tomorrow. So that's how we think about that.
That, I love seeing the real world actionable items that individuals can take initiative and they can come forward. So how does an individual take advantage of the scholarship program?
So the program is called What's Next by Okta, and you can Google it and find information about it. And it's available now. We've seen great response with folks who are excited about it, and our team is putting a lot of energy and support behind it as well. So I encourage folks to check that out.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So I am also very curious about Okta from its start chose to make sure that they were using the platform for good and for
Yeah.
social impact,
Yeah.
and even for sustainability. Now, what has been your experience interacting with other organizations and large corporations that don't have that same embedded focus toward security and toward being a platform for good?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. I mean, it's a huge reason why I've been at Okta almost 8 years, and
Oh, have you? Yes.
and it's a huge reason why I'm still here. Is that, like I said earlier, people want to have purpose to their jobs. They want to come to work for a bigger reason, and Okta's been a place, certainly for me, and I know for many others, where we've been able to do that. I mean, I give credit to our co-founders and our CEO Todd McKinnon for like walking the walk, frankly, and making it clear that we were here to, you know, as he would say, we want to attract people to work at Okta who want to solve big problems, not just for ourselves or even for our customers, but
Right.
for the world. And so I think this spirit of like purpose has permeated Okta's culture and why people show up here since the very beginning. And then, you know, when you get to brass tacks, it's also a very smart business decision to invest in social and environmental impact. More and more, we're seeing that Okta's customers, you know, our 19,000 plus customers all over the world from every industry, from every geography, they are increasingly asking us as their vendor to step up and to prove that we have made commitments around environmental sustainability, around diversity, equity, inclusion, around human rights, around social impact, because it's important to them. So when you think about it, it becomes first and foremost something we believe in, but I think more and more a smart way to meet our customers where they are, to differentiate ourselves, and to be a good partner to them, which is, you know, our number one goal.
Interesting. I am curious because my understanding is that your parents have a large impact on why you are in this field.
Oh,
Correct?
yes.
Okay, so in our last minute, I'm curious because my understanding is that your mother was more of the hippie world.
Yes, I'll give you the 60-second.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, and what I want to know,
Yeah.
is there anything, what specifically is would she be most proud of, like the partnership with the Honnold Foundation, or what would she be interested in?
Oh, well, that's a really lovely question. Thank you for asking. So yes, the short story is my mother was a hippie who marched for civil rights in the 60s. My father was in the military and then became a business leader, and they made me. And so here I am trying to do all the things, I guess. What would she be most proud of? You know, my mom was always a little bit of a counterculturalist, and so maybe she'd just be most proud of the fact that in sort of a corporation where the way that things flow is toward quarterly results and financial results and all the things that we got to do.
All
that,
the strict numbers and all of the accounting, yes.
Right? Like all the things that that maybe I've been able to turn some of our energies and resources toward things that otherwise wouldn't get that attention, and those things involve, you know, making the world a little bit better, a little bit more equitable, and I think she'd be proud of that. So.
I absolutely agree, and I think she would be very proud about, I love that the budget that would have gone to SWAG went to the Honnold
Yes,
Foundation
yes.
for increasing power availability in areas that don't have it around the world.
Absolutely. We're very proud of our work with the Honnold Foundation as just one example of some of the organizations that we support around climate action. So we're happy to support them this week.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
So Erin, thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
so much.
sharing with us.
Appreciate it.
Thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live interview from Oktane 2024. To find all the CyberRisk TV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRiskTV live stream for Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I am joined by Puneet Minocha, who is the Executive Vice President, Business Development and Corporate Strategy at Zscaler. And today we are talking about an integrated approach to securing today's hybrid workforce. Puneet, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Mandy.
Oh, I'm very happy that you are here. I have limited exposure to Zscaler as a practitioner, but I have thoroughly enjoyed the information that I have attained from Zscaler and the individuals that I have interacted with at Zscaler. And please, to start, what is Zscaler?
Yeah, so perhaps I can step back and talk a little about this. We've been in business for the past 15 years, and security tends to be extremely fragmented. Zscaler is all about making sure that the right users, when they're going out to the internet or whichever destination they might have, whether it's the traditional internet like ESPN or your private internet or intranet, that we act as that switchboard to make sure that the right user goes out to the right destination. Nothing good leaves the organization in terms of sensitive data, and nothing bad comes in. So think of us as a switchboard. The best analogy I might give, imagine if there's a bad guy that is trying to go rob a bank. The first thing he or she might do is scour, where are all the branches, and then look for the one which perhaps has the least amount of security.
Security, correct.
Get into the bank and then start to look for where the safe might be. And then once you have the safe, you go steal the money, right? And if I contrast that to what Zscaler will do, right, we try and move away from traditional network gateways, like a firewall, if you will, which broadcasts that this is where I am. Instead, we try and eliminate all of that. In technical terms, we have something called an inside-out connection. We are relaying out as opposed to allowing things to come back in. That in itself eliminates the attack surface, so you can't tell I'm even there. And so you can't find all those different branches, if you will. But even if you think you could find us, right, you try and prevent the compromise. And what I mean by that is you provide an additional level of security, looking at different technologies, advanced threats, content inspection, etc. And then you try and permeate that even further by trying to make sure that you can't traverse laterally. And what I mean by that is if you walked into the same bank, you can't move to the safe because you have privileges just to go to a particular security window, as an example. And then finally, making sure that nothing leaves, the cache doesn't leave, we have data protection capabilities. So it all centers around making sure that large enterprises, when they're trying to be productive, providing a solid foundation all around network traffic, network communication, network security.
So it sounds a little bit as though you are making an invisibility cloak for the customers, for the corporation, the data, and the employees in a way.
That's actually a very good analogy. I mean, the best way we actually describe ourselves in a lot of ways is, regardless of where the user is, we have points of presence all over the globe.
Right.
Because we want to be as close to the end users. And our points of presence act as those scrubbing centers, the invisible cloak that you just referenced. Again, the basic idea is the traffic is traversing through that cloak. It's not, all it's doing is looking at it in terms of making sure nothing bad leaves that cloak, and nothing good leaves that cloak, if you will, and nothing bad comes in.
So with that, I'm curious, how and why is partnering with Okta part of the best practices for an organization?
Absolutely. Very good question and very appropriate given the conference that we are at. To instrument that cloak, I need to have context. Mandy, you as a individual working at SC Media, need to have the privileges to go to a particular application. How do I have access to that information? That's where Okta comes in. We are a consumer of identity. We started working with Okta over 12, 15 years ago. They were a pioneer in something called single sign-on. It was a technology that at the time was in its infancy. And we were an early adopter of a standard called SAML. And together, it was a solid foundation upon which companies are built. To the point where I would say today, of the 9,000 odd customers that Zscaler has, I reckon over 50% are using an integration between Okta and Zscaler.
Are they really?
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, excellent. And I believe you also have strategic partnerships with CrowdStrike
We do.
as well.
We do.
Right. Go ahead.
Let me expand on that. So security can be extremely fragmented. I mean, today it's not uncommon to find probably about over 3,000, 5,000 different vendors trying to address a particular security need. If you go into a large financial organization, it's not surprising that they may have over 50, sometimes 100 different security solutions in play. And there is an element of fatigue that is set in for the administrators to have to manage all the disparate vendors.
True.
And there's a trend towards consolidation. Within consolidation, it makes a lot of sense to help simplify, reduce that complexity, create automation. But there's certain areas within security that just lend themselves to be so deep in what they do. In that construct, Zscaler is all about, our North Star is all around network security, if you will.
Okay.
Okta approaches things from an identity standpoint, and they are all things identity. CrowdStrike approaches things from an endpoint, if you will. What is physically resident on a laptop or a desktop or a mobile device, etc. And so we have our respective swim lanes. We have conviction that what we do is so good that end customers want that best of breed combination. And it is a testament to that belief. I would say across the board, we probably have over 2,500, 3,000 joint customers that use those three technologies, if you will. And we have now built enough information exchange between those three solutions that customers find that to be so valuable, it's become so sticky for them that that has really become the best standard going forward.
I'm very curious. In the last, especially say 4 years, what has been your take on the impact and increase of hybrid work environment on the accessibility of security teams to quickly and efficiently take in the adoption of multiple solutions?
Yep.
From Zscaler, Okta, CrowdStrike, please.
Right. I say the hybrid workforce is indeed a thing, and it behooves all security solutions out there to adapt to it. And so, when we think of hybrid, it could be a combination of there's a workforce where you have the users, they could be partner communities, they could be supply chain entities that are feeding you information. It could be a different form factor altogether. So it could be a headquarters, it could be a Starbucks cafe or a...
I was just thinking same, yes.
Right, exactly, right? I mean, or it could be IoT, which is
Correct.
becoming so pervasive. Across all the various form factors, it behooves us to all work together. And so what I mean by that is, in the case of Okta, it is important that we address our customers' needs. They have a solution now, not only for the workforce, but also for third-party B2B partners.
Okay.
And so we're incorporating signals to provide a solution that allows that. When you're dealing with third-party elements like your suppliers, it's one thing to say, SE Media has a solution, but if you're working with a partner of SE Media, they may or may not have an Okta or a Zscaler or a CrowdStrike. And so how do you make sure that you're following through and providing that consistent security? Those are the types of solutions that we are now working on to provide that rich telemetry so that we minimize the attack surface. It's all about trying to keep that as limited as possible, because there is no magic or silver bullet towards security. If there's a vendor that says, I can solve all of your security problems and you will never be compromised,
Right.
I think they're they're just not being truthful, right? And so,
No, we have constant jokes about any marketing that comes up of you are now unhackable.
yeah, listen, it's just not a thing, right? And so but at the same time, you need to stay ahead of what is occurring. And so having that belief and the confidence that you're trying to minimize the surface area, the bad actors are continuing to innovate on themselves, and AI is a thing.
Absolutely,
They're using
yes.
AI for that too now. And so it behooves us to continue to minimize the surface area, stay ahead of things, and adapt and use technologies, automation, simplicity, complexity to help our customers.
Well, on that, can you provide some real-world examples of how Zscaler and Okta
Yeah.
have firmed up, I guess,
Yeah.
the security of the hybrid work environment?
Absolutely. So let's take a simple example. There was a reason why I was asking, how long have you been at SC Media? You've been doing what you have at SC Media for 2.5 years. Presumably in the last 2.5 years, and I apologize if I'm being presumptive, you may have switched roles, right? So
Right.
maybe you were first following politics or, particular healthcare industry, and now you're on cyber. As a result of that, you may or may not have had access to certain private information pieces of SC Media. And then you switch roles. Let's say now you're in CyberRisk, right? You're doing CyberRisk, you shouldn't have access to those previous pieces of information. But did those actually get revoked, right? And so
True.
that's an example of something that creates an exposure. It's very common in large enterprises where people switch roles or perhaps leave the companies. A few years ago, we worked with Okta, adopted a standard called SCIM, which is all about trying to, minimize that or simplify the provisioning, if you will. So the first thing that we had done, 12 plus years ago was all around authorization. That is the SAML, single sign-on, making sure that I have the credentials from the end user. Now, when the end user privileges themselves are moving, like you just did in my example, we need to make sure that we are dynamically adapting to that, right? So that, again, keep that risk area small. And so we adapted the SCIM integration to then make sure that we are keeping our policy engine up to date. And such that when you switch and Okta makes that change on their side, we immediately pick that up and implement it on our side. That was one of the things we did about 3 or 4 years ago. We have a lot of customers that use that. More recently, we started to realize Okta has, 10 plus thousand customers, probably a lot more, 20,000 or so. We have about 10,000 customers. We all see very rich pieces of information within our own domain. Wouldn't it be great if we were sharing that piece of information amongst each other, right? Because once you have more information, you can try and establish better context of what is going on. Context is very important. If I was yesterday in Africa,
And doesn't context immediately influence provisioning anyway?
it does to some extent. However, you have to signal each other. So,
Okay.
simple example, like you said, provisioning. Provisioning is all about making sure that, I'm taking the credentials as a need. But let's say, going back to my example where I was in Africa, not to generalize, but it could be viewed, you've been sitting in North America your entire, life, if you will, and now you're suddenly in Africa and you're accessing private information from Africa for the company. That feels strange. Could it be a hacker or is it genuinely Mandy in Africa? And so
Finally got to do a Safari.
there you go, right? It's wonderful, isn't it? I've done that too. But in an example like that, we might suggest to you, listen, that feels strange. We're going to ask you to really prove who you are. And so there's something in security worlds called step-up authentication, where not only am I asking you to put in your password, but then perhaps a second way of authenticating. It could be a phone, it could be a text message, whatever the case might be. That's an example where we're sharing information amongst each other, that I am now in Africa or vice versa. And Okta started to provide that information to us. We are now able to ingest it. We started sharing that information with Okta last year, and they've been great at digesting that and implementing policies on their side. We've started doing that now more recently, and that's the big announcement we made just this past week.
Oh my goodness, Puneet, this has been fascinating, and I can see a wealth of information for aiding security teams in really making sure the hybrid work environment becomes steadily viable, even with the advent of AI, with all of the threat actors becoming more intense. So this has a lot of deep information. I'm definitely going to encourage our audience to look into more of what Zscaler does and what your integration with Okta allows.
Much appreciated, Mandy.
Thank you for being with us. And thank you to our audience for tuning in for this live interview from Oktane 2024. To find all the CyberRisk TV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. Welcome back to the CyberRiskTV live stream from Oktane 2024 at Caesars Forum in Las Vegas. I'm your host, Mandy Logan, and today I'm joined by Shaun Nichols, who is a reporter for SC Media, and today we are going to talk about what we learned, what we enjoyed, and some parts of Oktane 2024 that really struck us. Shaun, welcome.
Thank you, Andy. It's good to be here and good to be wrapping everything up.
Isn't it? It's exciting. I think this is the part where you can step back and go, wow, it's really only been a few hours since everything began Tuesday, and yet so much ground has been covered. So many things have been learned, and I can only venture a guess at the amount of networking that has happened. Did you have any experiences with that?
Yeah, I came across a couple really interesting companies, talked to some interesting people. Didn't get to try out the rock wall, though.
You did? Neither did I, and I really wanted to.
I mean, to be fair, Mandy, like, do I look like the kind of person who climbs rock walls? I mean...
Hey, maybe this is one of those things like The Millionaire Next Door that you never really know.
I am not secretly a wall climbing aficionado. No.
You are not Alex Honnold on the side and just don't tell people?
No.
Huh.
No.
Oh man, you're destroying my dreams. Okay, so if you didn't do the rock wall, what did you do?
I caught a lot of the keynote addresses.
Okay.
Talked to a lot of people and get some context on it. And that was interesting. You know, there's the few major announcements. I know we're going to go through that. But also just to kind of get a little bit of context as to what's behind the keynote, all the bluster, the buzzwords and everything. And actually say, okay, how is this going to actually work? What am I going to see if I'm a developer or an end user or an administrator? And that was good. That was something that I really kind of stuck out to me, because I think when you just see the address, when you just see the news release, it can be very hard to grasp exactly what this means.
Right.
And sometimes that's just the question. It's like, what does this mean? Explain this to me like I'm 6 years old sometimes. And I think this conference was definitely an example of that, of just, okay, what's this actually going to look like?
And did you find that among all of the keynotes or most of them, or did you find that, was there one that stuck out in particular?
I think the opening keynote, the announcement of IPSI, I'm not even going to try and say what it stands for.
Okay, I have this. I have it. I've covered us. That is the interoperability profile for secure identity in the enterprise.
Okay.
Okay, so standardizing regulations and abilities for enterprise security.
Yeah, basically it sounds like what Okta wants to do is get the OpenID Foundation and then several major cloud providers on board and get them together and just say, okay, let's standardize a way to manage identification. And let's do it in a way that's open source, that's accessible to everybody. That way, all of these SaaS vendors, all of these partners and customers know exactly what's going on, and they can interact and link up with each other. I think that's the big thing. That was the big, issue that kind of prevailed throughout the conference, was this idea that we have all these different SaaS providers, and they have different ways of linking up, sharing identity. Some of them have their own standards, their own frameworks, and we need one common tool that can let everybody talk to everybody else in a secure and safe way.
I found it incredibly comforting to think of the standardized approach to allowing SaaS applications to have that interoperability, but also for developers and teams that are creating proprietary SaaS applications. Not always is it that it has to be external vendors that you are bringing in their SaaS applications, but even for the development team, in order to have like Okta's viewpoint of secure by design, secure by default, moving forward with that as a vendor neutral standard that helps the entire industry.
Yeah, and that's why I think being open source is so critical.
I agree.
I think that's going to be a big link, because it's not going to give people the impression that, oh, this is just an Okta thing. They're the only option here. and they'll also know exactly how it works. And I think that's going to be a big deal as well, because a lot of these companies aren't going to necessarily want to share with a competitor or just another SaaS vendor or anybody else, if they don't trust the framework, if they can't see how it works.
Very true. And with using the OpenID Foundation as a starting point for all of these vendors coming together with one unified purpose, I appreciate that, because honestly, I was surprised to learn that Ping was part of the work group that was working toward this set of standards, given that in my mindset, Ping, what was ForgeRock, was a direct competitor. They're absolutely a direct competitor. So to see them coming together and building this initial framework so that the ease of use for identity providers and for SaaS applications becomes increasingly firm.
Yeah.
This is what we are going to do, and this is how we will be effective as an industry as a whole.
No, I think you're right. I think as they kind of work together on this framework, OpenID is going to be kind of the adult in the room, so to speak, so that you don't have some of these conflicts coming up between companies that are,
They
our
are
competitors.
Switzerland.
Yeah.
In this situation, they are
Yes.
Switzerland, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of good things that come out of that neutral space.
Yeah.
Did you have any other points on that for the IPSI?
I'm just, I am. It's one of those things where I'm going to be curious to see how it comes out, because if it works, I think it's going to be hugely important for a lot of SaaS vendors. It's just going to make things so much easier, make things easier for the companies that use these SaaS products. The idea that I could be able to have a single authorization, single shared identity between all my different SaaS services, that's going to be not only incredibly convenient, but it's also going to be so much more secure, because you're not having to post, the shared admin credentials for all your different services, and then, ask people, okay, how do you do this? How do we link this up? So I think that could be very, very nice.
I agree, and I'm going to reference here with IPSI. What it does is help aggregate a set of existing and the new standards that are being put forth. So these include single sign-on, life cycle management, entitlements, risk signal sharing, and session termination.
And one thing that I did note that one thing that Okta said was a lot of these are things that are already being used by a lot of these companies that are going to be helping to put together the session. So it's not like you're creating an entirely new set of regulations for the standard. These are going to be things that a lot of vendors are already doing or doing in parts. So it's just going to bring a lot of that together, and that's going to become, I think that's just going to make it that much easier to integrate.
I agree. Now, shifting from IPSI, even though that was a major release and major process going forward, there were sessions that were specific to CISOs, and those I've heard had, I'm not a CISO, I was not in there, so I've heard that they had a lot of success in the CISO forum, and also on Tuesday, for those who may or may not know, there were invitation-only partner sessions. And what I have heard, again, that's an invitation only, but I have heard that the partners, the sponsors, working with the third-party vendors had a huge uptick during Oktane in understanding how these things are synergizing for all companies that are looking to increase their security posture and staying with that. Identity is security. This is what has to be in the framework and in the fabric of every, I'm going to say every corporation, but especially every tech community that wants to really forge toward our shared future of identity continuing to be in more and more and more places and throughout all parts of generative AI and the interactions of agents and bots and everything that is going into maintaining hybrid workforces, financial institutions, educational institutions. We saw here there were a number of sessions that went into global e-commerce, things like UPS, forgive me.
Yeah.
The UPS down to smaller organizations, nonprofits that are dealing with highly sensitive information and also require identity to be firmly handled.
Well, and this is one thing that did kind of stick out to me was that just talking to some of these partners, talking to some of these customers, they do seem to have all really bought in to this message of Okta and where they want to go and what they want to do. And that's not always the case. Even if a new platform or a new initiative or something ends up working out in the long run, when it first comes out, a lot of times partners are going to be a little bit hesitant. And of course, they're going to tell you, no, we think it's a great idea, we like it, but they have that body language. They'll pause for a minute to kind of carefully select their words.
True.
But now talking to this, it seems like everybody is really like in favor of what Okta wants to do here and the vision that they've laid out. So that's something that definitely struck me was there's a lot more optimism behind it than a lot of people sometimes than
What
you
you've
see.
seen.
Yeah.
I agree, and I personally think after learning more about Okta for Good, learning about the initiatives and understanding how from Okta's inception, I believe that was in 2009 if I'm not mistaken, that being able to make sure giving back and doing good was part of company culture, and also that making sure they were taking steps to become the most secure corporation in the world. They are making good on that, and I feel that there's an undercurrent for customers, clients, partners. They understand that actually has happened.
Yeah. No, you definitely get that. There's a lot of that optimism, and yeah, no, I do think that there's people that really trust and believe in Okta. That's actually a conversation that I had with a couple of companies. Talked with 1Password, who said, the reason that we're really optimistic about some of these new products and some of these new announcements is that when we were a small company, when we were starting out, Okta was there for us. When we started to grow and expand, they helped us kind of grow and expand. And so now going forward with these new initiatives that they're laying out, we absolutely think that, yeah, we can be a part of it, and it can also help our business. We'll talk about some of those initiatives later.
Sure. But I had the same sentiment from Zscaler.
Yeah.
That the partnering that has gone on for years makes it incredibly simple to go, oh, wow, we really do complement one another very well.
Well, yeah, and I even talked with, a newer company called NameTag.
Okay.
They do deepfake detection
Oh, excellent.
products.
Okay.
It's very interesting. And they said, we're a 4-year-old company. We've only worked with Okta for 1 year, but in that 1 year, they've been really, really helpful to us, really beneficial, and they've given us reason to believe that we're going to be a big part of the growth of some of these new platforms, and we're going to be able to, go along for the ride with them. So it's not just companies that have been with Okta for years and years
Right.
that are on board with this. It's even, newer partners. And that was cool. That was interesting to hear.
Well, and that kind of, I think, ties right into the auth for Gen AI, the news release and the new tools that were produced, because in the last 18 months, with the increase of generative AI going into all parts of business and personal life, of course, things like that, partners that are specific to deepfakes.
Yeah.
They didn't need to be partners 8 years ago because this wasn't as much of a threat.
Right. No, and that's kind of what their CEO told me. He said that we didn't necessarily think that this would ever be anything more than us doing something to detect deepfakes with a mobile device, but yeah, it turns out Okta has a lot to offer us as a partner, and to help kind of grow our product as well. So that was interesting. The auth for Gen AI was. That was also, I think, one of the big stories. That was something that people were talking about a lot. I think there were a lot of sessions on it. because we're kind of hearing cases now where we're hearing a growing number of use cases for AI.
Right?
And, you know, you're right, it's something that like 1 or 2 years ago, if you'd have said, oh yeah, no, Okta's gonna have a huge presence in AI, might not have believed you, or they might have been a little bit skeptical, but now you look at some of the things they wanna do, you're talking about things like AI-powered agents. So, right, your customer service agents, your helper apps, all these things that use AI, like now we can, it's interesting how much of identity is involved with that, right? Because they have to pull up, if you know you want to use it for your customer service, they have to pull up your customer records. They have to pull up your history. They might have to use an API to call up another service and get your data from that. And all of these things, you need identity. You need to manage and control the identity. There's also the idea that sometimes you have to make it really granular, because you may be pulling up a private record, and you're not allowed to view 80% of it, but you need that 20%. You need to be able to crawl it and go through that. So it's also not just blanket, managing identity at the access point, or at certain points. It's every single query you have to run an identity check and manage it.
And I really appreciate on the Auth for Gen AI, the part on the fine-grained authorization for retrieval augmented generation, so that the information fed into the LLM is purely the information that the user has right to.
Right, exactly.
So I have very much appreciated this, Shaun. Thank you. I think we both had a pretty fantastic time at Oktane, and I do believe they will be back in Las Vegas next year. We don't know about that too much yet, but do you have any final takeaways for this Oktane experience?
A good experience. I really enjoyed it. It was interesting. I'm going to reiterate the point I made in our opener, which is if you do attend next year and it's at Caesars Forum, it is not at Caesars Palace.
It's not Caesar's Palace.
It's between Harrah's and Aria, right?
Not Aria, no, it's just behind.
Just behind, okay.
Right, it is to the east of Harrah's, not on Caesar's hotel property.
Yeah, that's the point. If you go into Caesar's Palace and look for it, you will spend 45 minutes walking through a labyrinth, silently crying to yourself. Trust me, I know.
So, aside from that slightly traumatic experience of trying to find it once here, I do think there's an ease of use that those who are online that will be able to access the on-demand replay of sessions here, and look for that at okta.com in the next couple of weeks. So thank you, Shaun, for joining us.
Yes.
And thank you to our audience for tuning in to our live coverage of Oktane 2024. To find all of the CyberRisk TV coverage of this year's event, visit securityweekly.com/Oktane. And with that, we are out and done with Las Vegas and Oktane for 2024. Thank you.